Goes on and on.
Boo this man!
Don't you boo me. Don't you come in here, murder, boo me, and call me a son of a bitch.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Okay, I won't.
Oh, bro.
Cheesy, you got first.
Fucker.
You're a fucker.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
Right in those plums.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your
So
soul.
goddamn inconvenient today. Life goes on and on. Maddie, you're a real son of a bitch. You too, Carlos. How you doing, Doc Otis? Life goes on and on and on. Not me, you. Fuck you. Damn it, Carlos. Not the rubber glue defense. Goes on and on. Yeah, right. Yeah, right, you're right, you're right. Thank you, Maddie. I would love some lasagna. I wish I did, Maddie. Didn't know one of my grandmas. The other one I died when I was 8. Didn't really know her that well, though. Oh, really? Yeah, I would love free random lasagna. That's a good grandma. Grandma's not lying. All right. Okay, so changes. Changes. Added a wall. It looks pretty dark. I also cast a little bit more. I blocked some of the light so it doesn't hit the wall. So, let's see. See, there's like a wall there. I did it a desaturated purple. It's not black. So, which is nice. Which you could kind of see the difference between the wall and the window. And the sweat on the balls. Right? So I also changed the light hitting Kevin's face a bit. So it's a little bit more in shadow. I added stand oil to the brain to make it look like glossier. I'm also going to add some oil paint to it too when I get it out. The only major difference though on Plastisa here is the apple is now in shadow. And I didn't have a good way to remedy that without the light going on to Kevin. So I just might leave it in shadow. It's a little bit brighter for me than you. Like, it doesn't go to black for me, but it is dark, you know? But, you know, it's not really something anybody would know what it is, I would think. But so those are the changes that I made since the last time. Like I said, I added some stand oil to the top of the brain to make it look glossy. And I'm going to add some more oil paint. I used acrylic, but the matte doesn't look great, so I wanted to get some of the reflections, which the stand oil does. So yeah. So I put in 2 cardboard section for the walls. Oh, fuck you, Richards. But that's where we're at. So. Okay. We'll see how much we get done today. I forgot the...
Lottie frickin' dog!
Life goes on and on and on and on. Alright, I need to put something covering up a little bit of that lens.
Fire the nuclear weapons!
Oh my god, who read? Captain Kerr, welcome in. Kel's Fart, welcome in. Give us your links before I burn this place to the ground. I am so close, you don't even want to believe. You don't even believe. Give us those links. Oh, hi, Kel's Fart. Good. Good. Everyone go check out CaptainKerrArt.com. It's my most highly visited website that I go to. I'm on there like 24/7 looking at tattoos. They post on Instagram at least 30 to 40 times per day. I've been following for a matter of decades. Some of the most content I've ever seen. You should check it out. All right. They guarantee 30 to 40 times per day. They don't stop. They said if they don't post that much, it's free tattoos for everybody. And that's legally binding. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. But welcome in. We're oil painting. If you have any questions, please let me know. Per the laws of the... Exactly. Exactly. White, white, yellow, red, red. One blue. Un blue? No blues. Dose blues. And we got burnt umber raw. So we might need... We should probably... Well, we're gonna use up that yellow. We're gonna put out our lemon yellow too, or the greens. Oh, especially cats. Love a good cat. Well, how many cat's assholes tattoos do you have, Maddie? I was wondering if those small battery light up tea candles might help me with spotlighting in my stills. I don't know, maybe not. So, Dot Goddess, I tried using those small electric tea lights. They don't last a long time, and the light was not strong at all. Unfortunately. I did not have good luck with them. Well, I have it right on my asshole, Triad. I have one right on my asshole. So. Alright. Our palette for today is titanium white, lead white, bismuth vanadate yellow lemon, and bismuth vanadate yellow because we're using it up. Lemon yellow is the normal. Pyrrole red, quinacridone magenta, ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, burnt umber, and we're using this raw umber that we're trying to use up. So. Then we have impasto medium here as an extender. Okay. Good. 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 Good, 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 good. He also tattoos a butt with a tattoo of a butt on a butt. See? It's like an Inception scenario. But just more clever and more thought out. Yeah, like I said, I did not have good luck for it. But I bought dollar store ones, you know? But I gave them a try, and the light wasn't intense enough. And it depends on how much light you need, though, Dot Goddess, you know? I just like, you know, I haven't had luck with it. And it didn't seem like something worth pursuing at that point than just like getting like a better light bulb, like a more intense light bulb. Stuff like that. Life goes on and on and on. Buttception. Rectalception.
Badly.
How you doing, Drew Holt? So, Doc Goddess, are you talking about spotlighting in my stills? Like, are you talking about, like, Doc Goddess, just for my clarification, you're talking about it, like, tea lights actually being the lights to like lighten up certain areas. Is that like making sure I'm correct on what you're asking for? Thank you, Drew Holt. I aim to try. I aim to try. Life goes on and on and on. Oh yeah, we're gonna do this for a thing in small. So, do you want? How truthful do you want me to be here, Goddess? You want the hard truth, or do you want the jabroni truth? I forgot to put out this yellow, so we're just gonna put it over here. I would, just straight up, I wouldn't bother, Goddess. I would just suggest investing your time into a stronger light. Because with a lot of still lifes, a stronger light source or stronger shadows are going to be a better composition in general. You get what I'm saying? Like, a tea light, to me, could just never be the difference. So, like, to me, it's like a... it's just misplaced effort. Like, focus on just having, like, because obviously, you generally with a still life too, you want one light source, right? You just want one light source ass blasting it, so you get strong shadows, right? That's why we like, you know, a shadow box is useful, right? But once you start adding lights that can bounce, that can do all this other shit, it could like painting in fluorescent light with light bouncing all over the place is kind of just like the worst. Yeah, you want strong shadows. Because it's okay if something blends into like the dark, right? Thank you, Richards. So that's my perspective on this. Don't bother. Yeah. You could just use a cardboard box. I use that for a lot starting off. And what you do is you cut out the front and the top, but then you take the top and you cut out a little glory hole into it, right? And then you just can now control where the light is positioned because you just have the light up above, but it's only coming through the glory hole. Oh wait, God damn, I'm really fucking up today. Don't you crickets me, Richards. Not today. I formally accept your apology, Captain Kerr. How you doing, Omizu? You're welcome. Well, thank you, Doc Goddess. Thank you. What is a glory hole? A glory hole is a hole which light comes through. Sometimes a penis. Depends on your luck that day. It depends on if you're at a club or at home with the shadow box. Usually that is the #1 indicator on what will come out of that hole. Oh my god, Maddie. It's exactly like that, yep. Yeah, most people don't know Glory Days is about glory holes. Most people don't know that. Yep. Also one of my favorite songs, Shine a Light by the Rolling Stones, also about glory holes. But in the, you know, in the opposite direction. God, I haven't listened to Shine a Light in a long time. Shine a Light is straight up one of my, like, top 3 songs. Shine a light on you. Every song you sing. Your favorite tune. May the good Lord shine a light on you. Oh, morning sun. All right. Let's add the stand oil. That's a really good song. Love Elton John. I've seen him live. When him and Billy Joel were touring, my dad bought tickets and I went. Yep. It was a big tour if you don't recall. We saw him at the Kohl Center in Madison, Wisconsin. Like every song you sing. Motherfucker! Salt, you rat bastard. How are you doing? How's Arkansas treating you? It's too much, I bet. It's tempting. Do I have to feed him? Or does he photosynthesize? Ugh. Oh, it's so much work. So wait, you're telling me. So I want to be clear. the terms of this condition. I get his skeleton? Now, hold on a second. The payoff is huge here. I don't think the Catholics have problems with taking body parts. I know Jewish people do. All right, good. I don't think the Catholics do though. Cuz you know the Catholics used to keep like the bones of saints in churches. That's the thing. I think most Catholic churches still do that. Catholicism pretty hardcore, everybody. May the good Lord shine a light on you. Make every song you sing your favorite tune. All right. Okay, so first off, I gotta paint my brain with some of this red. In Bali, they just lay people out in the open until they decompose. Really? I need to get to Bali, everybody. Quick, Richards. When's the next plane out to Bali? I need to go there for a thing. Boom, 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 boom. That's pretty nuts. So they just weekend at Bernie's you after like a year of decomposition? Hold on. I gotta go paint this brain. Son of a bitch! Guard, can't you see? Need a little bit more. Hold on, I'm painting brain. Yep. 1 second. Gotta do a little bit on the skull's mouth, too.
Oh my God!
Who did it? Who did it? Fucking anonymous son of a bitch. Goddamn son of a bitch. Hi, Garg. Oh, you can't see? I will find you a Nani Mouse. Oh my god! Hatred bastard. Good. Thank you, guard. This anonymous is a problem, everybody. This anonymous is a problem. Let's see. Okay. Alright. It's alright. We ready to start? Remember, it's a swish and a flick, everybody. Boop, 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 boo, doo, 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 doo. You're getting swished and flicked. Favorite tune. I forgot to put out the oleo gel, huh? Why didn't you remind me to put out oleo gel? Thank you, Dreadfellow. It's a lot of work. 'Tis a lot of work. So thank you. Kevin should have. Kevin just hasn't. Kevin's just been in a perpetual state of Four Loko drunk and Quaalude high, just standing in that position for days now. He only moves to drink more Four Loko or take more Quaalude. It's really odd. He says he wants to see if something works. I don't know. You have to ask him. Garg, he did say, though, he was very excited to see you in town again. Okay, so we changed some of our our lighting situation here, so now we have some new shadows. Shine a light on you. Make every song you sing your favorite tune. I'm just trying to decide what I'm going to be working on first out of this, because feels like nothing is right at the moment. Boop, 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 boo, doo, boo, doo, 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 doo. How bright is this? Kind of bright. I think I need a little bit more purple. That should do it. I could add a smidge of yellow. I could add a pube's worth of yellow. But I need to straighten out this cover a little bit. Boop, 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 boop. I should probably start laying. Okay, wait. We're actually at a interesting spot here. Okay. So I could use some of this. Hard to tell. Oh man, I feel like this hand moves around so much. Yeah, okay. Now I see other stuff that I need to fix before I do this other stuff. Okay. Isn't that great? fuck is that noise? Huh. That was bizarre. Back and forth. Nope. Too much color. See, don't look at the stuff for a little bit. You mix a color, and then it's just like, oh, no, that's not it. No. Now I think we're there. Now I think we're there. Look. There's a big old hunk of paint right there. God, that's like even, it's interesting. I'm like I'm like trying to mix something, but then I like, when I get there, I look and then it's like, oh, that's so much different than when I was envisioning. It's interesting when that happens. My goal was to have some like realism with this, you know. And it's a lot because you like, you know, you can't just let anything go, right? If you want that realism. And realism not in the sense of painting, but like realism in the sense of the scene. Because yeah, it's just, you know, So thank you. Too much. Probably too much. It's too much. Why didn't you all warn me? Is your aim generally kind of realism in the staging, but a surreal subject? So, no and yes. Quick answer is I'm not setting out to do something surrealist. I like absurd things, and I like the idea of painting something very absurd with a lot of, like, integrity and, like, skill. Right? So, but that doesn't mean I'm, I'm trying to do melting clocks here or something like that. So, I would gladly have people for all of these subjects, right? But, I can't pay models. Oh, yeah, okay. But the fact of the matter is that for my price point, painting with skeletons doing shit, makes a lot more sense, right? So, because the fact of the matter is, this one, the hook was just, I like the idea of painting a skeleton eating a brain out of a skull, right? But putting a human there would also work well, right? But I think the idea is funny. So it's I kind of just default to funny. What I think is funny. I can't say that I had, a direct criticism in mind of somebody. I think there's stuff here. But it's not I have, a message as well. Well, and I'd want to pay them. You know what I mean, Cranky? I'd want to take care, I don't want the people to have to do me favors to help me out, and then, I could feed them, of course, but it's not I don't really know people IRL here, also. So it's just like, it's just kind of a tough situation. So what I do is I fill my house up, or my condo, up with very normal things that everybody has. Well, you know, like I said, you know, repeating it, it's really, I love the idea of just something doing so batshit crazy on canvas, but then painting it like with like a high degree of skill and understanding, so that there is, it's not like, I like the idea of like somebody like, oh no, that's just an eccentric guy. No, it's like, it's a guy who knows how to paint, who's like, or puts a lot of effort in his paint, who is for some reason doing just like really fucked up stuff. It's not really because it's for the sake of it being fucked up, but like, you know, I find it funny. I just find it funny. Because, like, you know, because it also goes to a principle, though, right? I do largely believe that subject matter is not really relevant to what you paint for realism or impressionism. Like Manet, the skeleton used, yeah, that was a good mullet. Like Manet, one of his most famous paintings is not even a very well painted painting. He did a singular painting of a lemon, and it's hanging up in the D'Orsay. It's in a prime spot in the D'Orsay. You could search it online. Just search Manet's lemon. It's not very good. But I like the idea of just something very like not this isn't very simple, but I like the simple simple idea that that you don't really need to fret over your subject matter. Fuck me, fuck you. That sounds delicious right now, Hanser. The gasp. What are you gasping at, Dreadfellow? Oh my god! Salt. You salty bastard. It is. That sounds like a good sandwich. Thank you, Salt. I hope you have a good night, bud. Hi, Yamburi. You gotta stay up, Dreadfella. Dreadfella, are you gonna abandon me right now? On the eve of my triumph? Are you? Are you? No, you can no sleep. This is r/no sleep. In my time of need? Ah! You get that one? Life goes on and on and on. So did everybody buy their plane tickets? Yeah, that song stuck in my head. You know, before he died, I always thought he was just kind of a douche. I had no idea about his history, but he's kind of an interesting fellow. Now I've heard some more stuff about his history. A little bit nihilistic, though, for my taste. A little bit nihilistic, but interesting nonetheless. Yeah, that's the thing, right? See, I could appreciate it if it's by design, which I think he very obviously did. But I also view it as a bit nihilistic. Do you? Why do you feel guilty? Because it happened in Brazil? And did you copy Markiplier with that liver comment? Liver? Brazil liver? I mean, first Kobe, now Oliver. And it's not Oliver Stone, right? It's Oliver Tree. Yeah. Well, Oliver Stone's a famous director, so I know what, you know, and I knew who you were referring to, but, Did you? Yeah, Carlos, I didn't know a lot about him. I was just saying, like, I used to think he was a douche. Just a straight up douche. And then I realized he's kind of doing, like, performance art to a certain extent. And my only really complaint about him is that it comes across a little bit nihilistic, but that doesn't make it less interesting nor take away from his points. Oliver Stone, famous director. You've probably seen movies he's directed. Platoon had a huge cast in it. Wasn't Sheen in there? Sheen and Estevez in Platoon? I agree with you, Carlos. I think it's more of his act, right? And it is like, this is also basing some off of his like interviews, you know. But I agree with you. From what I know of his songs, there's more to it than that, I would say. Into the lyrics, at least. I think why he did the music he did, though, was a bit nihilistic. At least from what I, you know, learned. But, once again, I don't necessarily think that's the worst thing, you know, in this context. I will comfortably say he definitely had a artistic bend that I think is not present in a lot of modern music and media. How did that look so blue? What the fuck? What is that? It's a humongous difference. Well, nihilism can be used properly in a moralistic sense, oddly enough. But I think a lot of people, like, we see a lot of nihilism in actions, right? Well, it's like, you know, Carlos, did you watch the Manosphere documentary? By chance? That Louis Theroux... Yeah. Well, so they interview a lot of guys who are like alpha male bullshit. They manage OnlyFans models, right? And to me, all those actions are like the height of nihilism, right? It's like the guys who say taxation is theft, right? And you know, it's the height of like kind of like a true nihilism, right? I don't think, you know, I think Oliver Tree was like nihilistic with like regards to the nature of the business and like fame, but not with regards to his art, which I respect. But I also like would have preferred him to be like, well, I would prefer everybody to be like a stronger voice kind of against this against that bullshit. So it's like, I get why he did it. He's not a bad person for doing it. I want to hold people up to like better standards or higher standards. Like, I got in an interesting argument with my brother. And my brother was largely playing devil's advocate here. He wasn't taking a side. But anyone familiar with the Chicago Bears and their like possible move to Indiana? Oh, they use it as a free flowing like get out of jail free card for anything morally questionable that they do. Yeah, the Indiana Bears. Well, so the Bears bought a piece of land right by where I used to live, literally like a mile away from where I used to live. And they're talking about doing it, and then but they didn't have anything like formally planned or written out. So then it turned into this fiasco where they're saying that they don't have like tax guarantees, and all really what they're trying to do, in my opinion, is just try and get the government to say, fuck it, we'll give you $1 billion for free to billionaires, right? And
wow.
Oh, thank you for the Bezos. Thank you, Carlos. Yeah, 7 is microscopic, Dolly. You gotta get that up. 7 is small. I can't believe you just freely tell people about that. Son of a bitch. 7? Jesus. Gross. Get his ass. But and then my brother's like, well, my brother was arguing that isn't it their responsibility to try and get the best deal that they can? I'm like, you could argue it's a responsibility, but it's not their social responsibility. To me, there's an aspect of like a moral implication of not necessarily trying to eke out every single fucking cent or dollar and deliver a good product and hold to like a good ideal instead of playing like, you know, the stuff that you hear in the news that like the Bears tried to do, and like how the politicians are not playing games. I don't want any tax, not one, even for infrastructure, to go to the Bears. If it's not available for a Joe Schmo, I don't want the Bears to have it. It is. And so like, so he's like, yeah, like, you know, it is their fiduciary duty to the company, but in a moral sense, it's reprehensible. In my opinion. And so I'm not going to give the Bears any credit or or even be kind. I'm not going to be charitable to the Bears stance. When you have one of the top 10 most valuable sports franchises in the world, and you're trying to have tax dollars of somebody making $15 an hour, $12 an hour go to you, is disgusting. No worries, Carlos. And so I get that they're running a business, but there is a point where it's too much. Because it's like if somebody created a cancer drug, right? But they charge $1 million a dose when it costs them $2 to make. Is that morally acceptable? And the answer is no. Absolutely not. I don't care. Whatever, like how much work they had to do. That is never okay. I agree it's a leverage play, but I think they might do it. I'm at the point where I think they would. It's probably around a 40% chance in my head, Yambari. Well, that's the thing, Cranky Martini. It's like America more I would say more so culturally than other countries puts billionaires on the status like they are morally higher because they got money. For some reason, and I think this is very intentional messaging, that there have been people that have conflated money with morality and being successful in business as morality, right? Yeah, it's pretty fucking dumb. And here's the funny thing, Yambari. There are 3 other stadiums being built in the Chicagoland area, or have been built within the last couple years. In Chicagoland area, Northwestern College, the Chicago Fire, the soccer team, and the United Center, which is a basketball hockey arena, have figured shit out. And the Bears, in 4 years, have not been able to figure out any of this. It's a real high level of incompetence, which means is I don't think that they are actually that incompetent. I think they're playing the hardest of hardball to try and get a random $1 billion out of the state. Because that's the only reason why this hasn't happened already. That makes sense in my head. And it's fucking stupid and gross. Yeah. Are they getting state money for it? In Tennessee, they probably are. But, yeah, I legitimately can't stand it. Because not to mention, that shit doesn't create jobs. By the way. For anyone who doesn't know, sports stadiums do not lead to economic boons in the areas that they're in, or even come close to bringing a return on the money at all. People in Chicago are still paying taxes related to the last stadium upgrade that the Bears had pushed for as well. Yeah. So I'm glad though people in general are smartening up with regards to the with the bullshit that is subsidized sports stadiums for billionaires. And unfortunately, I'm a White Sox fan, and they've pulled this shit multiple times, and they're probably going to try and pull it again soon. And I hate it. Yep. Oh, it is. Absolutely. You know, it's funny, like, you know, Republicans will talk about all these, like, businesses leaving, like, downtown Chicago and how they can't do business in Chicago here anymore. It's like, see a lot of people doing business here. You're just, you know, you're just being a shithead. There are benefits to being in Chicago and or Illinois. Yeah. But nobody talks about that, right? Nobody talks about there's reasons why being in Chicago is good for their business in the first place. Name one? What? Like doing business in Chicago? Or Illinois? Maddie, is that what you were asking? Oh, okay. Well, I can name several. One, Illinois is easily accessible to the rest of the country between one of the largest airports in the country, and it's also an industrial shipping hub. So you have a lot of advantages in shipping. Chicago also has tons of skilled labor that you can't find anywhere. There is a lot of high-end colleges directly in or around Chicago or Illinois, and finding skilled workers and labor is not difficult to do. There is also enough people to work at sizable jobs. Sorry, what was the other one I was going for? There was one other. Well, and just frankly, there's a lot of other businesses around that you can directly interact and do business with. So, well, I mean, Chicago, like people think Chicago is like, especially from out of state, is like you're gonna go outside and get shot. Chicago is an exceptionally clean city. Chicago has alleys. We don't have our garbage out on the curb. There's only like a singular small area of Chicago that is legitimately dangerous. But I've had two of my sisters, and one of my sisters and my niece currently live in downtown Chicago for years without anything ever remotely happening. They go out for walks. They do, you know, it's not like, you know, I don't know. I get really frustrated by that portrayal. Oh, very much so, Cranky. Very much so. And yes, Chicago is expensive, but you're not going to find, you know, if, you know, entertainment, entertainment opportunity, very many places out in the world like you do in a place like Chicago or New York. And I'll tell you what, I'd much rather be in Chicago than LA. LA has a bunch of cool shit too. I'm not necessarily shitting on LA, but I do shit on their traffic and the sprawling nature of their city. And that homes are obscenely expensive. Chicago is expensive, but you can find, you know, I have tons of friends that do it. Reasonable living, situations in Chicago. Say acquaintances. Acquaintances. Is that better? You son of a bitch. All my IRL friends kind of don't, I mean, not a lot of people move to Rockford where I'm from. Rockford doesn't have a great reputation within Illinois. It's a much more interesting city than I gave it credit for, though. Oh my god! Fucker Garmin. Plus, I know everybody's moving to Rockford, I know. Lizzie's moving to Rockford. Salt and Mud are moving to Rockford. Yamboree and Maddie are moving to Rockford. Garg and Fresh are. The nice lady over there. Pinion. All moving to Rockford. Richards. Probably Cranky Martini. Carlos. Oh yeah, Carlos is moving to Rockford. Yep, that's another one. See, everybody's moving out here. You know, I'll sell you my place for an okay price. Okay. You guys all move here. I move away. Yeah, Collins Air. Yeah, I know Collins Aerospace. Yeah. Exactly, Yamboree. And we're probably gonna have to do a skateboarding match with the son of the guy who is gonna buy it. Yeah, yeah, I do know that, Cranky. Nope, nope. $210,000 and it's yours. Carlos, don't even think about it. Just do it, Carlos. Well, all right. Lizzie did tell me that they are gonna buy it, so yeah. I can't do hot weather because you're in Brazil, right? So, like, are you in a hot part of Brazil, or are you in like southern Brazil, or is all of Brazil boiling hot? That's still too hot. Will it ever snow by you? Will it ever snow by you? What snow? No! Could I be a capoeira where you're from? Right? Did I say it right? Capoeira? What's the name for those male prostitutes on the beaches again? That Bourdain was obsessed with. Not capybaras. The name for those male prostitutes. What were they fucking called? I thought it was capoeiras. Something like that. Have you heard of him, Cranky? Like, do you know what I'm talking about, Cranky Martini? You know, the classic Mountain Snow by you, yeah. Bourdain literally went to, I think, Rio. Where it's just like, and he was like, brought around town by a guy. Kind of. They basically hang out at the beach, and basically women will pay them to get fucked. And like have dinner with them and shit. Capivara? Okay. But literally when in Bourdain series No Reservations, you can see it when he goes to Brazil. Yeah. Like the guy had no other job. Like it's what he did. Yeah. It's a great show, Cranky. It's a wonderful show. Had a huge influence on me. Really was. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll ever see a show like it again. At least in our lifetimes. That's kind of... It was kind of lightning in a bottle. He was in an episode or two, but Andrew Zimmern is an interesting guy, but could not compare with Anthony's realism. And, like, kind of poetic nature. Lay me down. Lay me down. I do agree with you on Zimmer. I do agree with you that he was very like the nature of the show was good-hearted and wasn't about look at these foreign freaks type thing, you know. Completely agree with you. You're talking about Zimmer now or Bourdain? I think you're talking about Zimmer. Yeah, Zimmer, both for sure. Anthony definitely had his limits, right? But he definitely ate a bunch of, like, fucked up shit. But he never portrayed it as, like, you know, like, this is, like, you know, it's not like, you know, it's like the, oh, you don't know him yet. Bourdain was, like, he was never into the concept of, like, or he never really, thankfully, he never got into that, like, it's like the idea of, like, the noble savage, right? The racist shit. Like, Gauguin, like, or he was just, like, he was really good at just, like, showing what families do, and really getting personality out of people. I remember there was a few times, like, God, it might have been Thailand. He went to a rural area of Thailand where he was, like, drinking this liquor out of bamboo that they had, and he fucking partied the whole night with them in their like community building, and like he even danced and did shit like that he normally didn't do. It was just always so amazing. No, Drex, you know, I talk about Gauguin a lot. Gauguin is a terrible human being, and you should not like his stuff. He's a pedophile, an unavowed pedophile, and he really was like a tool of like racist, imperialistic culture. Awful, awful man. Don't like him. Oh, me too. And that's the thing, though. That's what was so relatable about Bourdain is he would do these things that, like, he'd be like, how could you just, like, do this? And he'd do it, but he'd also complain about it, which was so relatable. He'd complain about dancing or, like, the anxiety that Bourdain got with, like, you know, karaoke and, like, doing shit like this. And it was so fucking relatable. Yeah, Gauguin, big pedophile. Don't like Gauguin. He also abandoned his wife and 5 kids to a life of poverty. He was a loser that carried around a sword with him all the time. Just a fucking wiener. Yeah. Well, and you know, thankfully we're seeing it thankfully I'm actually surprised and happy with how the American like hosting of the World Cup has been going. Like that town who like has the Algerian national team staying with them, and they're like being super kind and like supportive, and how that they planned for that for like a year for whatever country it was, and they're like, and I like it's really a sweet thing, and I like hearing about it. That at least, especially in like a state like Kansas. Yeah, Gauguin, yeah. So Gauguin like was famous for doing those really like proper portraits. Like he became famous for like those really glorified like foreign people from like South America in like outfits and shit, but it was a really like stylized and like, you know, it's the noble savage shit. And then he got into more abstract stuff. But he was an awful evil man. He literally in his diary talked about how a 12 or 13-year-old girl in South America is as mature as like an 18-year-old in the UK. Mind you, he was in his mid to late 30s at the time. And he married a 13-year-old. But like he was a banker, Cranky Martini, had a wife and 5 kids in the UK and abandoned them where women couldn't work and left them to a life of destitution. Oh, he was doing more than having relationships with women, Goddess. Don't like Gauguin is an awful human being. And he's been put on this art pedestal, which I also have problems with, mind you. Well, thank you, Goddess. And this is why I'm suspicious of Van Gogh, though, everybody. See, this is where I catch a line with somebody. Just so you know, everybody, Van Gogh and Gauguin were damn good friends and lived together after Gauguin had done a lot of this shit. So, just warning you, if you like Van Gogh, time to turn on. Van Gogh, one of Van Gogh's, best friends, was a horrendous pedophile. I know a lot of people do, though, Frankie. So, you know, it's just like, you know, let's just say if you hung out with and were friends with Epstein after his first conviction. They were roommates. They literally were. No, Renoir was a huge misogynist. Cranky. Renoir literally in his writings is like a horrendous misogynist. No, Renoir was not a good man. I agree, Doc Goddess. So normal. I knew it. I knew it, Cranky Martini. Degas is the other one that is was an awful man. If you're a big Degas fan, I'm sorry. He's really bad. Of course he had good work, but you know, you can idolize the work, don't idolize the man. And a lot of people do both, right? Well, do you know the extent of his failings, Drex? Do you know the extent of Degas' problems? Because I'm gonna go through it. Degas' mother and brothers were directly involved in the United States slave trade. They big parts of it. He even did a painting when he was visiting his brother's place in Louisiana at a cotton trading place, and did a painting of it. Degas was also a misogynist and also a huge conspiratorial anti-Semite. And he was very, very likely, to the point that I would say is definitively, was a pedophile as well. He was so awful personality-wise, too, that he basically lost all of his friends. And you know who the longest person who held out was, Drex? You know who the longest holdout of Degas' friends are? Why did they let themselves be enslaved is something nobody asked. Nope, because they were taken by violence and force. That's not a good thing that's not a good question. The last person who stopped being friends with Degas was Renoir. Yeah, Cassatt was interesting because they were kind of they weren't married, but there was a supposed romantic relationship with them. Yeah, it's straight violence. I'm curious if that is a troll question. Yeah, okay. Maddie, are you here? You're goddamn right I'm woke. Goddamn right. You want to do the first ban on or second ban on YouTube? Cassatt's a very good painter. Take a look at the chat. Lay me down. You're welcome, Maddie. Second ban on YouTube. Hey, maybe we're getting there on YouTube finally. Yeah, because the women and the impressionistic women were very good painters, Drex. Berthe Morisot is a fucking... I mean, it has nothing to do with their gender. But the fact of the matter is that they were a part of it in the nature of, you know, in the culture that they were in. Yeah. Well, that's the annoying thing. It's like, you know, I even just did it right now, where it's just like, why does it the fact that they are a woman have to be a part of that conversation in general? Maybe I'm the one that has to ban them. If you click on their name... Oh. Maybe it's report? I guess it is just hide. I don't know. That's weird. I didn't have a ban option either. There has to be a ban option in YouTube. I'll look into it, Maddie. Carlos, are you saying that like as a question or as a statement? Well, I mean, so Drex, you might have just activated a trap card. You might have just activated a trap card. Because that's like a... Okay, gotcha. Okay. It's weird that you can't ban them. I did report them, though. Yep. Morisot was a badass, and it's a fucking shame. So here, let's have a discussion, okay? This is an interesting discussion. We have a plethora of reasons of or reasons why we might not know of artists' existence. Obviously, women didn't get the opportunity to really be painters for a long time. Basically, and even into the late 1800s, it was still, you know, very uncommon, or they had to be wealthy. Like, basically, the women we saw who became famous came from wealthier backgrounds who got, like... So, Cassatt, for example, was from, what's the town from The Office? Scranton, Pennsylvania. I believe she was born there. Or lived there. It's one of the two. But she was sent to an art academy in Europe. Right? Morisot came from family from not Morisot came from money, and there was a couple others, right? But the opportunities were very, in between. So we lost out on so much talent over the years of just women painting in general, right? Not to mention like minorities, people of color, things like that, right? Secondarily, it's why I rant and rave about using archival products. We have had tens of thousands of paintings be destroyed by time, lack of upkeep, and bad materials. Okay? I advocate that so that we don't have millions of paintings lost today because of people using bad practices and bad methods. Okay? There's a very famous painter, Sir Joshua Reynolds. He was like the head of like one of the art schools, I believe, art academies in the UK. He was very, very experimental with his materials. And he was a fantastic painter to the point that I believe only about 10% of his works that he did in his entire life still exist today. Right? So if we're I get people not wanting to varnish and, and doing all this extra work, but it is also kind of like part of the social contract of making art and its permanence. I do look at that as a part of the as a responsibility of the painter / artist, right? Obviously, there are things that can't be permanent to a certain extent, right? Performance art. Those can be recorded, though. But it's obviously not the same. But with paintings, with little effort, you could make your painting last hundreds of years more without practically changing your process or money. You know what I'm saying, everybody? Seems like a no-brainer. It does to me. Question as to technique. Why long candles technique? What are you doing now? Well, I'm painting a very large painting, but I like to always force myself to sit back for my painting so I could see the entire painting as a whole versus just finishing one part really choked up. I also like the lack of control that I have with this with regards to of the effect it has on me for what I'm capable of doing at a given point in the painting. That makes sense. I'm not capable of doing fine detail with this. And that means I need to keep a confident brushstrokes until, I have to think about them because I can only do so much. Exactly, right? Because also, this is a very unfinished painting right now, Drex. Can you make out everything that's going on in this painting so far? There's also a point of where details don't add anything. I also like the saying that a simpler brushstroke is a stronger statement. Right? That idea, I heard that from actually a YouTuber. A Spanish man, Ben Lustenhauer. Older gentleman. Very good painter. But that statement makes a lot of sense to me. And oh, and sorry, one other way paintings, we don't have a lot of paintings or don't know a lot of paintings that exist is because they were actively destroyed. Whether through war, whether through intentionality from somebody else, right? A combo of both, like what Hitler did. Do you know that we lost thousands of works from Pissarro from a war? Did you know that? I didn't know this until the other day. I believe the number is around 1,800 Pissarro works. Not from Hitler, by the way, from French. A lot of his stuff from when his younger days. But yeah, Hitler destroyed a lot of stuff. Hitler was awful. I'm going to make a very controversial statement here, everybody. But Hitler was a very bad man and bad for the world. No, I'm talking about for Pissarro. Pissarro lost like 1,800 pieces of his own. Like that he did himself. Yeah, just him. Also, Pissarro, really good dude. Don't feel bad about liking Pissarro. Good dude, everybody. We're clear on Pissarro. Right now, the ones that... So, I'm unsure about the Manet brothers. But I suspect that they were good dudes. Monet was definitely a good dude. I think, by all accounts, Sargent was a good dude. Morisot, Cassatt, I'm not sure about. Morisot was definitely a good person. I don't know about Sisley. Cezanne is one I haven't heard anything direct, but he kept some poor company. But he wasn't all in all friend with Van Gogh and Gauguin, even though he heavily... Cezanne is probably arguably one of the most influential painters of the Impressionists. And he was... there. I have heard about some interactions between him and Gauguin and stuff like that, but I have not heard anything directly that Cezanne was a shithead, but I'm keeping that one up for suspicion. He was. Monet was like well liked. He's one of the ones I could definitively say that I can't. Well, I could say this. I don't know if I know of a person who loved painting more than Monet. Oh, yeah. I think his love for it was so apparent, and his love for color. It does show in his work, and he was well liked by everybody. He hosted a lot of the Impressionists, too. Oh, yeah, Gustave Caillebotte, I also think was a very good dude. And there's some evidence that actually definitively shows he was a good dude, but you never really know. A bit. I mean, he still had a bunch of kids. He still had a Brady Bunch, if you didn't know. Monet had a Brady Bunch. And then but Pissarro was really cute too. So Pissarro was like a mentor for a lot of people. He even mentored Van Gogh. Pissarro had 8 kids, and 6 of them became painters, which I just find fucking adorable. How fun would that have been? Yeah. Well, so Monet, one of Monet's big effects on the art world, Drex, is he was one of the first people to truly paint in a full spectrum of color. If that makes sense. See, this is one of the big advancements that don't people think of Impressionism as like a style difference when it has nothing to do with like a stylistic choice difference, right? It's the practices and philosophy that changed. It wasn't people like, hey, I'm just going to decide to paint looser. It was a result of a philosophical change and technological advancement, mind you, right? It's not like this is why I also don't like discussions on the context of like your style. Because your style is just how you want to paint or draw. So the reason why I say that, Drex, is, okay, I want you to think about this scenario, right? Are you familiar with like academic painting of the time, like 1850s-ish? You had guys like Eng, things like that, where they were working in studios, sometimes working under like lights from a window, or artificial like lighting, whether that be candles or kerosene or gas and stuff like that. Now, I want you to think about how their lights were generally warmer that they had available. They didn't have access to like a lot of other like colors for stuff. Their paint availability was also stunted because a lot of academic painters also didn't embrace the newer synthetic colored paints, right? And so to them, what they were being hired to do was essentially do hyper-realism of the time period. Okay? So Eng, very famous painter, he's in museums. When he took on a portrait for somebody, they would literally, this is a quote, that he made them sign a contract that they would have to sit, I believe the number was 250 times over 3 years. And each of those sittings had to have been at least 2 to 3 hours. Like, it was a contract. They had to put like every single detail in there. There was even clauses in the contract to make sure people didn't gain weight because they had to wear the same clothes and shit like that. It was like that big, like that's how it was happening. So then suddenly they see somebody go outside, paint for 3 hours or 2 hours on 2 consecutive days, and put a landscape to their painting that they spent, 600 hours on, 500 hours on, right? Over the course of years. And it was not well received. But the difference is people could go outside and paint now. A bit. People could go outside and paint now, see under natural neutral light, right? They could mix more colors because there was new colors like cobalt blue, synthetic ultramarine blue, Prussian blue, alizarin crimson. The cadmium started showing up. They had better yellows. They had stuff like that, and they could actually travel with their paint, and they didn't have to spend time making their own paint to use for every session, right? Paint was more accessible. So now, because of these changes, they got to paint outside, see more color, more saturated color, right, in its natural form. They could mix those colors, or they could use contrast to show those colors in a more real sense. And it completely subverted academic painting at the time. And that's why I think there was so much, well, we pretty much know that's why there was so much blowback. Yeah. Well, like, there's anecdotes of Monet bringing out like 10 different canvases out to paint because he said the color changed too much that he'd have to do a new painting every 20 minutes. So he would do multiple paintings in one sitting because of lighting differences, right? But, academic painting was like, once again, was not about capturing a moment, but capturing a person or a scene, but in a very sterile way, right? And that, like I said, that's why I think it took a while for Impressionism. Impressionism was not an initial success, mind you. Most of the Impressionists didn't become financially well off until they were older. Specifically, Monet and Pissarro were not well off people until they got older. We're talking to like approaching 1900. Right? The Impressionists were called Impressionists as a joke, and they decided to sarcastically take on the name themselves. Because they also thought it was accurate. Life goes on. So yeah. There's your little lesson. I really need to order that. I need to make a little bit of money right now so I can order this new easel. God, I hate this easel. Well, thank you, Dress. It's just it's not heavy enough. And you see how much, look at it, how much it shakes. I don't like that. It's tough to move up and down. I had a piece break on it. It's not even a year old, mind you. It's not even a year old. Or it's about a year old now? When did I fucking order this thing? It might have been a year. This thing has fucking sucked, though. Dia gave me a very kind donation to, very generous donation to get a new one, but I'm tight on money and I need to put up like about half. I need to put up about $1,000 for the easel I want. And, so I need to, like, get a little bit more regular income at the moment to really make the move. So I gotta deal with this until then.
Wow, wow, wow.
Thank you, Drex. A trivia contest? Oh my god! Who's in for the trivia contest for Oily Points? Who's in? Act Trivia! Spin that wheel! How you doing, Cody? Nice to see you, bud. Who's in? We got Yambari, we got Cody, we got Cranky, we got Drex. Anyone else in? Dot Goddess? You in for trivia? Alright, good. Act Trivia. Okay. Alright, your first question is... Who was the only Impressionist to participate in every Impressionist exhibition? The fuck just fell? I don't even have a clue. Suzanne? Nope. Your mom? Nope. I didn't know your mom was an Impressionist. Monet? Nope. Pissarro is correct. Cody Impasto gets a point. It is Pissarro. Only one to do all 8. Good. Curse Cody. This is a competition. Good. All right. Next question. Your mom left. Okay, Figure Dolly. Fucking pervert. Next question. Oh my god, a hype train. Oh my god, monies. All right, next question. What Impressionist painter famously had an astigmatism that actively affected their work? Seurat? Nope. Monet? Nope. Drex? Nope. Nope, it was not. I'm not talking about. Yeah, they had cataracts. Monet and Renoir had cataracts. Your mom? Nope. Monet? Nope. Klimt? Nope. I said Impressionist. El Greco? Nope. I said Impressionist. You fucking sons of bitches. Yeah, you can keep on guessing. You can keep on guessing. It's unlimited guesses. It's not Renoir. It is Cezanne. Frankie Martini gets it right. With Cezanne. Yep. All right, next question. What color did Mary Cassatt famously use as a featured color on their palette? What pigment? Ivory black? Nope. Not that. Burnt umber? Nope. Indian yellow? Nope. Mary Cassatt was an impressionist from Scranton, PA. Cobalt blue? Nope. Scranton, PA. And possibly romantically linked to Degas for a period of time, but they never married. Cobalt blue, nope. Tiger orange, nope. Small, I'm looking for pigment names, Figure Dolly. Opera rose, nope. That's a bullshit modern name. Don't give me that, Yambaree. Bastard. You know how to grind my gears. I have not hinted towards it, Drex, just FYI. But here's your hint. It's a pigment you all have heard or know of. Or have used. Phthalo blue, nope. Phthalo blue did not exist. I don't think in her lifetime. Aquamarine blue, nope. Alizarin crimson, nope. Banana Mania yellow, not a pigment. God damn it. Yep, she was before Quinn. Rose Madder, nope. French Ultramarine, nope. Cheese and biscuits. Nope. Life goes on and on and on. Lapis lazuli, nope. Big Smearmint, Oinky Green, nope. Sap Green, nope. You're terrible at naming pigments, Figure Dolly. I want you to know that. Yeah, I'm gonna put some reflections on it, but I'm also gonna put some more contrast, but I just decided to lay that in there as the reference. It's not. No, it's not. This pigment is still actively used today. I doubt it, Figure Dolly. Don't call me a fuckhead, you goddamn son of a bitch. That one cyan. Aurelian, no. You guys are going too deep in the tank. We're gonna turn up the heat. It's worth 2 points now. 30 seconds. 2 points now, but 30 seconds. I got the timer up there. You guys got 25 seconds. Small, nope. Cadmium yellow, nope. Yellow ochre, nope. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. We're 3 points. Lemon yellow, nope. 4, 3, 2, Hansi yellow, nope. 1. And the answer is going to be revealed after a message from our sponsors. What? We don't have sponsors. Oh, they dropped the... Oh, wait, sorry. Okay, my bad. My bad. No sponsors. No sponsors. The answer is very controversial. So controversial. I lost all my sponsors, Richards. The answer is... I'm vamping. It was so short-lived, yes. The answer is Prussian blue. Prussian blue. There you go. RC Cola. Long, smooth, crisp taste of RC Cola. Yep. Prussian blue, terrible pigment. Don't use it. Yep, Prussian blue, terrible pigment. All right. Next question. We got ads starting. Oh, we snoozed our ads. So should we wait for ads? We'll just do it. Fuck it. Next question is... Name me two... you can name me one of the two artists. There are two, though. Supposedly gay painters during the Impressionistic era. Well, you need them, Figure Dolly. What are the two rumored... One we have direct evidence for. But what are the two rumored gay artists during the Impressionist era? No, Lelouch was very straight. He nonstop fucked prostitutes. Happy Pride, y'all. Sargent is correct. Well, you should be ashamed of that, Figure Dolly. Cody gets a point. Sargent is 1. Yep. What's the other one? Sargent's the one we have evidence for. Also, mind you. The other one, this other one is conjecture, but but it's not like bad conjecture. You can give both. You get a point though. You get a point for each. Ads in 10. Ads in 10 seconds, but you can still answer during ads. Walter Gay? No, not Walter Gay. Nor Gabe Owners. Surratt is not the name in my head. Surratt is not the name in my head. I have not heard that about Surratt. Gauguin? No. Gauguin was straight and a pedophile. Bonjour? Nope. A gay that was not in the public, but there was evidence. There was multiple points of evidence that people think that he was gay based on like contextual clues about the time and places that they lived. Mo gay? No. Life goes on and on and on. Come on, people. Need more guesses. For anyone in ads right now, if you are in ads, you could just subscribe and not get the ads. For anyone in ads as we speak. Suzanne, nope. These are two that I have directly heard anecdotes for, and there's evidence for it. Edward, no. Not him. Well, let's see if it matches up. All right, we're going to give it 30 more seconds for 2 points. 30 more seconds for 2 points. Double points, 30 seconds. Very much so, Cranky. $20 seconds. $10. I think that just that they're an impressionist. Or they're during the impressionist era, because technically Sargent is not classified as an impressionist. 5, 4, 3, 2, man, ain't no 1. The answer is... Do we have sponsors yet? We still don't have sponsors. The answer is... even more controversial. Because that person is... Gustav Kaibot. Gustav Kaibot, everybody. Yeah! 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 Oh my god! Did that match up with you, Carlos? Yep. Oh, well, Carlos, did that match up with your research? I'm curious. So, Sargent supposedly had a male lover who he did a portrait of. If you search Sargent's muse, there was writings directly to the nature of the relationship. Sargent was never married, no kids. There is evidence that he had a sexual relationship. Oh, you wasn't good. I thought. Oh, was it Richards? Oh, Richards nice. Then did. Gustav Kaibot. Okay, so I read this. I didn't know this until I went to the Gustav Kaibot exhibition at the Art Institute of Chicago. But he did 2 nude portraits of men, and they there was some discussion about at the time how kind of intense that was.
You're a snitch.
He was never married. He was well off, which was so like he was like a good-looking guy and well off, which was like odd for the time period, especially with the I believe his lineage. And then he apparently was like kind of shy about the question, and then the nude portraits, great portraits, by the way. You get to see some great man ass in it. All right, there you go. All right. Next question. Let's go with... What impressionist turned their home into a museum and curated it before their death? Monet? Nope. Monet's home is a museum. That was done after the fact. Marisol? Nope. Come on, everybody. This one is easy. Cézanne? Nope. I have been to this museum and it is gorgeous. Degas? Nope. Matisse? Nope. Matisse was not an impressionist. No, I said impressionist. Matisse is not an impressionist, no. I do need a break, but I want to do that. I like this trivia. We'll do it. We'll do it soon. Renoir, nope. A lot of good discussions today. Pissarro, nope. Nope. This one is also... This person is probably one of the most famous impressionists as well. Manet, nope. That's a museum. Zorn, nope. Zorn is an impressionist, but isn't considered one. Broussard, nope. Putz, nope. I'll say this. You all gotta think... Somebody did say Pissarro. You all gotta think outside of the box here, everybody. You gotta think outside of the box. Some might say I'm being a bastard boy right now. Cassatt, nope. This person was also very good friends with Sargent. Also, who else was devastated by the news of Jelly Roll breaking up with, divorcing his wife? Devastated, I tells you. Sargent and Monet were like friends with everybody. That's true. And Pissarro. Degas, nope. 30 seconds. 30 seconds, double points. You know what? We're going to do a one-time special. This question is now worth 5 points. 5 points. We got 30 seconds. Kai Bot, nope. My House, nope. I wish I lived in that house. Turner, nope. Manet, nope. They were French. What impressionist, son of a bitch, figured I, turned their home into a museum and curated the museum before their death? Life goes on and on and on and on. 10, 9, not Gardner. 8, 7, 6. Live, nope. 5, 4, 3, 2. Lautrec, nope. 1. His mom basically did. 0. The answer is not Denzel Washington. The answer is this one. You're gonna kick yourself in one of your assholes on this one. One of the most famous impressionists, and you all didn't think outside of the box here. The answer is Rodin. Rodin.
Boo this man!
Don't you boo me. He has an awesome museum in like the heart of Paris. It's actually spelled with an I. It's actually Rodin. Check it out. His gardens, you know, he was a sculptor, mind you. He was a sculptor. You plebeians didn't know sculptors can be impressionists. Goddamn plebeians. No, yeah, pretty. Yeah. Gotcha. That's right. Now I get all of you have to give me 5 of your oily points. That's how that works. Next question. Oh, he was a part of like the OG impressionist too. Beautiful home. You goddamn right you can. All right, next question. That's where I saw my first Auguste Rodin. That's where I saw my first Sargent painting in real life. Sargent did a portrait of Rodin that's hung up at the Rodin Museum.
Oh my
Son
God.
of a bitch. Mal! What is your definitive NSYNC ranking the members? All right, number 1 is obviously Joey Fatone. Number 2, Lance Bass. 3, what is his name? Jesse? The one who didn't have the crazy hair, and the one who's not Justin Timberlake. That guy's number 3, then Timberlake, then Hairboy. JC Chavez. Was it JC Chavez? Oh my God. That's my ranking. Joey Fatone, number 1. Justin Timberlake, yeah, JT is number 4. I grew up on NSYNC. How do you not know NSYNC? Yeah, I'm not a JT boy. I just don't like the hair. Didn't like the hair choices from Hair Boy. Yeah. It was a lot, yeah. All right, next question. Probably. Oh, have you? Yeah. That sounds about right. All right. Next question will be, let's see. Let's go with what will be a good question to piss everybody off with. Thank you, Mal. Fully reclined. Let's go. All right. We're gonna go. This is general. We're under general knowledge. Okay. What painter is recognized as the painter who made oil painting popular, or brought oil painting to the foreground of mediums? Damn, you had that right off the bat. Cody Impasto gets it right. Jan van Eyck, late 1300s. Good. Subjective question. Right, that's why I said made it popular. Oil painting was not a common choice in like the medieval period. Like we're talking like 800 to like 1200, 1300. And then Jan van Eyck came around and blew everybody's nuts off with his fucking portraits. And then people started copying. All right. Fun question. What was the most forged artist in the 1500s and early 1600s? Rembrandt is incorrect. Van Eyck, nope. Botticelli, nope. Vermeer, nope. Da Vinci, nope. You might, Shasta. I've talked about it before. He was not. Bosch is correct. Hieronymus Bosch. The actual paintings. The actual painting that he did were extremely like I said, I had heard this from like a museum that his paintings were like caused such a like uproar, and they were some of the most like they were the most forged paintings in that time period. Good. Shasta, you get a point. Next question. Let's go with Name the two painters. Once again, this is another two correct answers. That that painted impressionistically, philosophically, before Impressionists. Basically, what two painters were the Impressionists before Impressionists? Velázquez is correct. Diego Velázquez is correct. That's one. Pissarro, nope, he was an Impressionist. Franz Hals, not familiar actually. Maybe he did. But he's not the name I'm looking for. There is subjectivity in this. Rembrandt is correct. Cody, you get both. Cody, you get both. Rembrandt and Diego Velázquez. Rembrandt destroyed his career because of his impressionistic painting. Do you know why, everybody? Do you want the story? Do we want the Rembrandt story? Do we? I'm not getting any yeses here, so we'll move along. It's a good story. You take a story. All right, we got one. All right. So Rembrandt was a very famous painter during his time period. He owned a workshop where he trained, and he painted in the classical academic methods of the time. Which was a lot of work and glazing. Good, I'll have to take a look into that. Cody, if you were in the Discord, would you mind posting a name? Because that's a name I'm not familiar with. So Rembrandt, did all the work and painted in the manner that was according to the time. But he started to evolve. And it specifically came about as a result of his self-portraits, where he would just hole up in his studio, look at himself in a mirror, and paint, right? And it caused him to have a lot of issues with going back to the way, because he just painted what he saw, right? If hair blended in with shadow, it became shadow. His portraits are a really good representation of early impressionistic work, right? And so what happened is he started trying to do that for his works for people, and they hated it and destroyed his business. And he even took long breaks from painting as a result, because he said, he basically stated that he could not enjoy painting like he used to because of his impressionistic turn. He actually died poor. And broke, because he wasn't great with money, mind you, but he also but because he could not get painting work at his end of life because of this change. So there you go, everybody. All that I do. All right, we'll do one more question, and I gotta take a break. We're gonna do one more question, and then we take a break. And that question will be: Oh my god, Maddie. You genius. Let's go with... This one goes fast. We'll do another one. But I want to do this question. What type of palette is the Zorn palette? Limited? Nope. Limited. Annoying? Yes, but not what I'm looking for. The most used? Absolutely not. Max? Lol? Nope. Way too orange, huh? A low chroma palette that I hate? Yep. But that's not what I'm looking for. Mixing? Nope. Alright, maybe this was a good question, because... Warm? Nope. No one has really understood the question yet. Good, good, good! Not at all. There was no cadmium as a part of the OG palette, Pierogi. No, the question was specific enough. Say it again because I got a phone call. What type of palette is the Zorn palette? Think outside the box. Now! Wood palette? Nope. It's off the top of your mouth. That is incorrect. Fleshlight palette? I wish. All earth tones? Nope. Plain air? Nope. Muted palette? Nope. Wrong! Was cheap? Nope. Hint. The Zorn palette is a subsect of what palette? So a Zorn palette could also be called this. Pretty sure I've talked about it before. I rant and rave about this. Because the Zorn palette is awful. The true Zorn palette is awful. Mud, you are correct. An Apell palette. A-P-E-L-L-E. Stemming from the Greeks. A white, a yellow, a red, and a black. Mud, you get a point. Hell, give yourself 2. Zorn created his palette based upon the history of Appell's palettes that date back to the Greeks. The palette sucks. All Appell's palette do. Just use a fucking blue. God damn it. Use a better yellow. Ugh. I know why the Greeks did it. Doesn't mean you have to. No. Take away Zorn's points. By the way, I love Zorn as a painter, but I do have suspicions that he was a pervert as well. There's a strong possibility he was a pervert. There you go, Mud. See? Your transition is well on its way. Absolutely, Crafty Pierogi. All yellow paint. Doesn't matter which one you use. It's all the same. Yellow is yellow. Agreed. But, you know, Zorn did a lot of nude women painting. Like, a lot. And it gives me pause. Because I love Zorn's paintings. Agreed. Like, all right. If you're like, hey, everybody, I'm doing another painting today, and I have, you know, this is like the 5th nude woman in the last couple months I've painted. You'd be surprised, Pierogi. You'd be surprised. Now, granted, Zorn did more than just nude women, but he painted a lot of nude women. All right. I think this concludes this session of Act Trivia. You're welcome. This is a good session. I put in some new questions that I haven't done before. I feel good about that session. That is true, Richards. I am, did I open up anyone's eyes that not just painters were impressionists?
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
No, I got a lot of points from all of you. No, yeah. You need to work at it for a bunch more years, Maddie, if you want to open up your chakras. As the foremost expert in chakras in the world, you need to spend more time on it. You could, Crafty Pierogi. But I do consider Zorn to straight up be one of the most skilled painters to have ever lived. Him and Sargent, in my opinion, as far as skill, are unmatched. Only by me. No worries, Drex. That is true, Pierogi. Who are we talking about here? Zorn and who else? Richards. You're talking about Zorn? Zorn is Zorn and Sargent? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Because there's no way they didn't know about each other. Or even know each other. But what I like about both of them is both of them kind of did work that did paintings that they truly wanted to paint. I do need to take a break. Got a wee. That was too warm. So I'm gonna take that break now because I really dislike that brush stroke. Okay, we're gonna take a shit shower shave snack. Wait, shit shower shave snack and sob break. Jesus. It'll be about 5 minutes. We're gonna run ads. I will not, Drex. God damn it. I'll shit my pants. I won't piss all over myself like an animal. Bring the... Wipe train. Goddamn right, Figure Dolly. I know. All right. We're going to take about 5 minutes. All right, everybody. We'll see you in about 5. Gonna run ads.
my favorite things.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Be aggressive.
Okay, correct. Oh, fuck you.
Tonight, you.
Oh my god. Best, even though I haven't painted him yet, best investment ever.
Stop whining.
I'm not whining. You're right. Who just texted me? You wanna hear something funny? My mom just texted me saying, stop giving me the finger. She lurks to help me out. Ma! She birthed that fucker. I'm very lucky to have supportive parents with regards to my art. Let's see what she just called me. My mom just took a picture of her flicking me off. There we go. The circle's complete. As I say, I am my mother's son. Yeah, she just sent me a picture. I just sent her an additional picture of the wooden hand flicking her off, and then she sent me back a picture of her flicking me off. I think she is. To a certain extent. But I am my mother's son. Let's just say my mom has called me a son of a bitch before. And my mom has a soft spot for sheep fucking jokes. If you want to make my mom laugh, just have a sheep fucking joke in your back pocket. Technically, yeah. We'll see how we do at these art fairs, but I they're supportive. My mom is very, like, pragmatic, though, too, so. What's your joke, Richards? So my easy sheep fucking joke, though, is, like, why do Scotsmen wear kilts? It's because sheep can hear a zipper from a mile away. How do Kiwis find sheep in tall grass? How? Yeah, no, you should. She'll love it. She'll start laughing before the punchline, Maddie. She's heard the same sheep fucking jokes from her children for years, and she keeps on laughing at them. What am I missing on that punchline, Richards? How do Kiwis find sheep in tall grass? Pretty good. I'm gonna need you to explain your joke. Everybody. Oh.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I'm missing the fucking connection in this joke. I will not stop playing with my D. How you doing, Lost? What the fuck's ATTF? Is that a Star Wars reference? And then they fucked. Well, that, yeah. Well, we are, oddly enough, we are painting. We are painting. Everybody get up. It's time to going down. Welcome to the Space Jam. All right, all right. Keep your hands in the air if you feel fine. Fuck. Gonna take it into overtime. Wait, hold on. My mom just called me a cunt. Good. Oh my god, Mud. I have to talk with her about this. She is a smart lady. Fuck. Shit. Mix it with the purple like an asshole. Very wrong. All right, all right. Her own son. I'm not seeing this well. Where do we go up to? Son of a bitch! How do you tell a Kiwi from an Aussie at a sheep sale? How so, Richards? Are you prepping sheep fucking jokes for when you go to Australia? All right, so how do the eyes indicate fucking? Talk to me like I'm an idiot. Talk to me like I'm the stupidest man on earth. All right, just imagine that. What's that, Richards? Yeah, just like, you know. Imagine I wasn't the genius I am. Set for the... Okay, I get that one. Okay. I have never heard of that, Shasta. Oh, that's easy. It shouldn't be easy. God damn it. I've heard of bedroom eyes, but not barnyard eyes. Or like, you know. Of course I've heard of bedroom eyes. Maybe. Seems so. To get into overtime. Welcome to the Space Jam. All right. I just didn't know about all these sheep fucking knowledge from Twitch that I was just unaware of. Get good. I'll try. No, Loss, you gotta stay till the end of stream. You know the rules. Oh my god! Now you definitely have to stay till the end of the stream. Them's the rules. Mud, by the way, are you streaming tomorrow? Or are you leaving? Have you already gone to Arkansas? And I promise I'll remember the answer. Streaming tomorrow? Okay. We finally got this bottle in the correct position. I could. Do people want earlier streams from me? Do I have to take up pottery? Do we have to start the chain reaction that gets Mud to become a full-time oil painter? Is that what we're starting right now? Because, Mud, it is inevitable. It is inevitable, Mud. Okay. Who's your morning streamer, Maddie? If you feel fine. Careful, Zach. Nugget run. I had a notice. Well, it wasn't like I wouldn't say a poverty meal, but it was kind of a poverty meal today. It was still good though. But I made a bunch of pinto beans yesterday, and I just ate that with like cilantro, onions, a little cheese, and a hard-boiled egg. Yeah, she does a lot of those like dual stream days. It was pretty good, but it's a cheap meal. I did put on homemade salsa, though, too. I've been on a big salsa making kick, everybody, because it's actually... Salsas are such a ripoff at grocery stores. If you can make yourself a damn good salsa with just the blender, and you don't even have to cook anything. If you want a good salsa recipe, just ask. Well, I like cooking, but I'm also doing it out of necessity because you save a lot of money. Yeah. Well, if you guys want a very cheap salsa, all you need to do is blend tomatillos, jalapeno, a serrano if you want spice, some white onion, did I say cilantro? A little cilantro, salt, and a little chicken bouillon. It'll make you and you should add a little vinegar and add a little lime juice as well. And water. And you could make like what they would charge you, like quadruple the amount in the store for. So like I make a bunch of that salsa, and then I'll make like, I'll take a little meat, or I'll, you know, you eat it with stuff, right? Rice, beans. Hell, you could just eat it with tortillas. I've done both, Carlos. I prefer them fresh. Oh, I've done it both. Also, a clove of garlic in it helps too. I like the fresh one better. Both are good though. Both are very good. I also have done the one with guajillos. Guajillos and chile de árbol, which is vinegar and water, garlic and onion, and chicken bouillon. I just like it better. I like the fresher taste of everything first. But I am considering doing one where I you know, cook the tomatillos, but not cook the jalapeno and serrano and keep them fresh. I'm considering doing that one next, to see what type of difference that it makes. Because the previous time I did it, when I blanched it, I blanched the jalapenos and serranos with it. But I really like fresh, like aggressive flavors. The ones with the dried guajillos and like arbol is tougher to do, but I think I like it better overall. It's just that, do I want to like go through that process? It's even not that much. You just have to steep them. You don't even have to like actively boil them. But Carlos, do you have a favorite one? Or do you just go by your mood? Because I'm thinking about doing the one where you char them a bit. The salsa de molcajete. I don't have a molcajete. I'm just going to do it in a food processor, though. I also might add some different chilies to that. Yeah. Do you get exotic with anything, or do you just keep it? I've noticed just keeping it super simple is like the best, has been the best. I just wish I could charcoal grill at my place. A lot of these salsas would go really well with some charcoal grilling. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a salsa. Well, that was more of a molcajete one with like poblanos. But yeah, grilled poblanos. I love. We used to do that growing up. Actually, grilled poblanos. I love poblano peppers so fucking much. God, are they good? Mexican food is just so fucking good. God, is it the best? Well, I've been eating more fresh jalapenos recently, Carlos. Because I love pickled jalapenos, but then I've been, like, eating them in fresh in salsas and even, like, putting them on top of, like, beans and shit. And, I'm a cilantro freak as well. So, I put too much cilantro in everything that uses cilantro. God, I fucking love cilantro. Yeah, they're so good. Carlos, what's your thoughts on cumin? I like cumin, but I feel like it has no business in anything outside of like a meat dish, like a mole. Like I've seen some people add them to salsas, and I don't get why. Oh, definitely. Of course, in a cumin's huge in Indian cooking, but in Mexican cooking, I don't know. Comino, is that what it's called? Oh, or cumino? Is it spelled like, is it the U sound or an O sound? Comino or cumino? No, not in hummus. No, 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 no cumin in hummus. Lentils definitely, not in hummus. Hummus. That's one thing I've been meaning to do too, though, is because canned chickpeas are pretty cheap. I need to start making my own hummus too. O sound? Okay. Comino. Okay. I think I did see it in a guajillo-based one, but even then, I think you just need to lean into garlic and onions with almost a lot of with those, because I don't add cilantro to the red one, right? But there might be some variations of peppers it works with, but I have not found it. I also disagree with that. You only need salt and guacamole. Salt, lime, cilantro, onions, is all you need, and a lot of salt. Yeah, I have played around with a lot of curries. I'm still not there on my curries. You could also add serrano. Well, serrano's just always the spice, because serrano is a very consistent spice to it. Jalapenos can be very hot, and they can be very, very mild. Yep. It is. Like, I've had some pickled jalapenos that were, like, felt like the spiciest shit in the world, and I have some that don't even have any. And honestly, I just really like the flavor of jalapenos. Like, the spice can... I don't do it for spice. I think the flavor... Jalapenos are such a good flavor to me. And they're easy to grow. Jalapenos are just fucking great. I could house so much pickled jalapenos. That's how I've been doing my guacamole. Like, whenever I get an avocado, I don't even like smash it. I just make a pico and I mix it with just cut up avocado. And it works it's so good. One second. Hello? Alright, I'm back. Fuck you, Lizzie. My un papa. Un papa. Just called me. Listen, I'm very well adjusted. Ask anybody here about how well adjusted I am. How dare you two? After I opened up my home to you two, this is how you treat me? After I open up my home to you two. This is unbelievable. It's like I'm some kind of asshole. Fuck you. Two are the worst. Don't make me do portraits of the BTS boys and they get hurt. Don't make me do it. I might. We'll do all on Insta. Do you want me to abuse my power, Lizzie? Because you know if I paint their portraits, they will get injured and cancel their tour. That's right. That's right, Lizzie. You should thank me. Yeah, exactly. That was just a practice sketch. I did hear about that. Yep. Screwworm is no fucking joke, apparently. Oh, fuck you. Shasta! What? Shasta! Oh my god. You pinned Shasta against me, Lizzie. Oh my god. I feel like Anakin Skywalker. I know, Shasta, you've only done like 2 or 3. Did it, Maddie? I mean, Mudworks. It is always a shock when I see people go for the murder. Like when Mud finally inevitably murders me. It'll be shocking. And Pickles. Pickles, Mud. When they actually murder, it will be exceptionally shocking. I did not do this to myself. You're along because of Hoots. God, it is so much more, Richards. Yeah, when you inevitably snap. Thank you, Tommy. I appreciate it. Beef's up in the chat, everybody. I can't afford it. Come on. I need all the sheep fucking jokes I can get. Yeah, you were quick. There's a lot of people who are quick with it. Big Your Dolly has been pretty quick with it. You had a stretch though, Pickles, where you were really close several times. Bye, Chasta. Will do. You were very quick to murder me, Figure Dolly. And you are a fucker, yeah. Oh, fucking green got mixed in there, my ass. Wait, say that again, Richards. Are you saying you want them to wait to murder me until you have one of my paintings? That was it, the IOU? God, that is true. I mean, you know I'm going to give you paintings if you come here. I pretty much give anybody who comes here paintings. Oh, gotcha. It's the opposite way. Yeah, because I know you already have one, you know, which, you know, obviously you know. It's like, why would you wait? But listen, everybody, my paintings are literally the best investment in the world. That is true. Oh my God, Lizzie, you can't go to sleep. There's no leaving. Why does everybody think they can leave? The doors are locked. Well, I appreciate it, Figure Dolly. It is the best investment in the world. Oh my God. Shasta's got the bloodlust now. Shasta's got the lust. You have no power here. You have chosen poorly. Bye. See? I heard that, Lizzie. Sounds good, Dolly. Who could ever not love you and your paintings, Bill? Well, thank you, Tommy. I think so. This might be... It's going a little bit slower today. Like, things aren't coming together as fast as I would have liked today. But we'll see how much I progress, you know, with the time I have. You know, probably going at least another hour. Wow, it's already been 4 hours. The fuck? This might be another 2-bagger. This might be... I mean, that would make sense for this to be 6, but... I don't even have Kevin in here. I've been kind of noodling today a bit. I've been canoodling. I haven't really finished anything yet either. And I am gonna, like, you know... My plan is to make this one... tight. Well, thank you, Dolly. I mean, I finished a lot of paintings. I have finished a lot of paintings. What I've done, like, over I'm probably around 200 to 220. See, I never feel that way. I like I feel better when it's done. And I have a lot of ideas for other paintings, but I just, I used, you know, figure Dolly, I used to finish all my paintings in one stream. It was a long time I did that for. Like I said, I had a session of 15 hours on stream because I just insisted I just want to finish it in one session. But those were smaller paintings, mind you. I was a much less efficient painter back then, even though I like took like more time in a session. I mean, it was for a while there. Those were crazy times. I remember, like, I had weeks where I painted on stream for like 52 hours. There was a few weeks like that. Recently I should be painting more than I am, but I've just been caught up with so much other bullshit that I just haven't been in the shape to kind of like do it as much as I would like to. Do you want some advice, Dolly? You want some advice? CC. Do time paintings. Like literally, and there's a lot of variations, but like I always advocate for doing simple still lifes, but pick a simple reference if you're doing it from photo or a still life. Don't make it too complicated. One that you're gonna not be like decisive, and set yourself a timer of 1 hour or 2 hours and just do it. One brush, and then don't allow yourself to touch it after it's done. No matter how you feel about it, get used to being like, nope, this one's done. On to the next. And, yeah. But, like, set a hard time limit, right? And you could even, like, you know, Dolly, there's other ways you could do this, too. You could say, I can only use one brush. So, like, pick a large brush and just say, I can only use this painting with a large brush. Exactly. Exactly, Mud. So, like, what does a large brush do? Well, it limits how much detail you can go. So now you're forced to paint within a boundary that you are unaccustomed to. So you'll also be more accepting of your perceived, like, failures, right? Like, there are things like that you can do to trick yourself into, like, conditioning yourself into understanding that, like, you've done enough, or you're getting, like, you know, mitigating less rewards for your time, right? Because I really have not struggled a lot with just like, oh shit, this is not good enough. Because I hang up all my, like, Dolly, I have like 80, 90 paintings hung up downstairs, and I see my failures. I see things I hate constantly, and I get used to it, right? So it does serve as a reminder of, you know, things I could have done better, observationally, things you did well. But it also serves as just like, it was just a conditioning, a response from yourself. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, Dolly. It's right. You'd be surprised how much a simpler painting can be. Like, I consider it the pinnacle of painting skill is that you can convey the most amount of information with the least amount of brushstrokes. But so that's why, so figure, Dolly, right? Here, I'm gonna be a tough coach here, okay? For you to do for you to make a change, an actual change, you have to be uncomfortable with it initially. You will not have to be. You will feel uncomfortable with it, because that's how you know you're doing something different, right? So, like, not being overly concerned with details, and it might bother you. You might not like where it's going, and you might not look how it is normally, but that's because you're doing something fundamentally different than what you had been doing, right? And that's the core of this, right? Is that for you to know a change is happening, it will feel so radically different to the point that you'll probably dislike it, you'll hate it, but you have to give it a few times, right? And that's my advice to you. If you want to change that about yourself or your painting style or lean into it more, what are the things that facilitate that the most? And to me, it almost always boils down to grab a big brush, set a timer, limit how much detail you can possibly do, and then live with those results, right? And force yourself to live with those results. But also, mind you, the other really important fact of this is it's okay to suck, and you have to be okay that you're going to dislike, or a lot of your paintings will be empirically bad, right? If you want to have a good laugh, go to my early Instagram and look at the dog shit that's up there. My name was not ironic originally. Well, so then, all right, with regards to drawing figure dolly, look up people who just do mass drawing and look at how impressive those are, and like the information and realism they achieve with like simple mass drawing that they didn't do like the hyper realism techniques, and they didn't grid it. They just sketched it, right? You know, I know I'm a broken record. I constantly advocate for this, but you know, I wholeheartedly view painting as a skill that you need to actively train, not through just doing, but for intending, for intention on what you're trying to improve, right? And I think this is where a lot of people do not receive like good instruction, or don't understand like how to teach themselves. But you really have to intend on like a singular thing. So like you might ask, what am I working on? My biggest thing I work on is seeing a color accurately and trying to be able to put it on here. I have not practiced drawing. The only time I practiced any drawing ever was when I was in France, because I didn't have access to my paints and shit. It's the only time I've practiced drawing. Now, I'm keeping an eye on it, stuff like that, but it's not my first and foremost attempt here, right? I care more about hitting, you know, shapes, colors accurately, or color relationships. And I'm not saying that's what you need to do, but my point is, my overarching point is understand what will get you to the point you want to be at, and then take the most important one of those factors and only practice that. Well, I also, you know, Dolly, you don't hear me say studies or anything. I don't consider any. I only try and do paintings that are paintings. I approach everything as if it's a painting. This is me, like, you know, this is like a little preachy, but like, I also think the mindset of not saying that this is just a study is also important. Right? Because like throwing that terminology puts you in a different headspace, right? Like you're like, oh, this is just a study, right? Well, that and AI pickles, of course. But you know, those are my honest feelings about this, though, is that I think, you know, coming at it with more focus and intent will benefit you greatly. Well, you know, the thing is, right, if you, once again, condition yourself to just be like, no, I'm going to put real, honest, hard work into this, right? Everything I do, because I'm, you know, practicing for the gold, right? Like you're not, like, you know, I'm not saying don't practice, but if you're painting, put yourself in a mindset where everything you're doing is like what you be doing on a real painting, right? It's like instead of doing batting practice against a pitching machine that's throwing 60 miles an hour at you, do hitting practice against a real pitcher, and practice that way every time. How Catholic of you, Richards. How very Catholic of you. Yeah, no worries. I'm always happy to talk about this, Dolly. Like you're talking to somebody who taught all themselves this shit. And I did it, you know, I've only been painting for 4.5 years. With like a 6-month break in there. Goddamn right. Eat shit. There is a paid option, that is true. I forgot about that. So, here's the thing. I'm sure it does. I don't know. Figured Dolly. I never felt like whenever I've done some drawing, it really benefited me, or when I did more drawing stuff on canvas, that it really ever benefited me greatly. I feel like using color was too important to just kind of ignore for a portion of it. And I you know, I can't say that any of it is for sure, right? Like, also understand that people learn differently, right? I'm a visual learner. Reading shit doesn't, like, I don't do as well, like, learning something new when I'm reading it, right? So yeah, like I always keep that in mind, right? So, like, also know that, like, you know, my advice might be dog shit for you. Keep a healthy skepticism, right? Especially with advice. Like, all right, you still got I got another little anecdote story. It might take like 5 minutes, so I could tell. But so I used to play poker for money. I got into it young. You know, like 03, right, during the boom. And I was bad at it for a long time. And where I just go on these streaks of losing and winning. And it was largely because I was completely relying upon luck, right? Despite how I thought I was good, right? And I read a psychology book directly related to poker, and I learned some interesting things. And hi Nordic. So the first one is like, be aware that there are stuff that you can don't attribute things of luck to your skill. So like rolling a dice, and like I bet I could roll a dice 6 on a dice 6 times in a row, and you're like, and you do it, and don't attribute, like, you know, it's a fault to attribute that to skill, right? When it's just complete luck. And then be aware that don't attribute things to luck that are skill, right? So with regards to poker, this was when you could blame every loss to luck and every win to skill, right? And it's a very dangerous place to be in. So how does this relate to painting? All right. So, as roundabout as that was, is that when you read these books, okay, Nordic, Jesus, you bastard. There was these books written by professionals, right? And these guys who were professionals from when they were young and like really good at it. And you'd read these books through their perspective. And you're like, well, I'm going to play like this person. They're explaining what they do. However, they can't understand the perspective of a layman or a lay person with regards to their own skill set, even when they're reading a book, because they also have innate talent at usually the thing that they've been so successful at that is indescribable by themselves, right? So with regards to art advice, there are people who are naturally good at it and understanding things who might create a class or tell you what they do or what you have to do, not understanding that there's also an ability that they most likely have that is indescribable by themselves. Do you know how to mix colors, Figure Dolly? Do you know how to can you match any of these colors if you had to? Dead on balls. Not really. Do you know I have color mixing streams that teach you how to do it, where I match swatches? It's very easy. If you go, I have a color mixing playlist on my YouTube. There's several of them. I'm planning on doing one fairly soon as well. But yeah, right, Todd. But if you want to learn how to mix color, that stream will teach you. I promise you. And if you got any additional questions, I'm happy to answer them for you. But yeah, I promise you, Dolly, and I think other people can testify, you can learn how to do it from that stream alone. I was talking about doing one soon, but I did one a few months ago. But the VODs are on YouTube, Dolly. The VODs are on YouTube as well. So you can do both. Here, do you want me, after ads, Dolly, do you want me to match a swatch for you? Thank you, Mud. You're subbed? Okay. Do you want me to match a swatch for you right now? I can give you a mini lesson. Dolly, can you hear me? I am happily willing. Albini, I have not. I never really played with anybody professional. I played online, and I played at Potawatomi Casino in Milwaukee. Alright, I'm picking a swatch. I got my swatches right here. Do do boo 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 doo ba doo. Ooh, here's a good one. Maybe not that one. There we go. That's a good one. Okay. All right. Pick a number. Let's go 1 through 4. Figure Dolly. 1 through 4. All right. Okay. This is our swatch. This is the color you chose, okay? All right. Let me sit up more to my palette. Okay. Let's clean off a little spot. Okay. All right, Figure Dolly. Let's, you know what? I could probably zoom in, can I? Can I zoom in?
Move this man!
Shut up! Can't zoom. There we go. Okay. All right, so right here. All right. We got this color right here. What, Figure Dolly. Oh, wait, you can't even see that yet. Can you? All right. So we're going to run through this, okay? Let me just get a little bit more of it showing. Okay. All right. Figure Dolly, what color is this? What color, if you had to pick one of the 6 colors, what color is this? We're only going to use 5 colors for this, by the way. Yellow? Okay. So we're only going to use titanium white, lemon yellow, pyrrole red, ultramarine blue, and burnt umber. Okay? So, it's a yellow. Let's put yellow next to it, okay? So, we're going to take some of my yellow. All right. So now, let's... Okay. So now, ask yourself. Oh, I can do that too. Okay. So now, Dolly, is this darker or lighter? Right. Let's just, we're going to do this in a process. Is this darker or lighter than this? The yellow is lighter or this is lighter? The swatch is lighter? Okay. We'll roll with that. All right, so I can add 2 colors to make it lighter. I could add titanium white or I could add my lemon yellow. Okay? Value. Which one is brighter? Okay? So, value being light and dark, right? Okay, is the paint? Okay. All right, so that means we need to make this darker. All right, I'm letting you choose. I'm giving you a choose your own path, but I'm going to show you you can do this, okay? So, we need to make this darker. I only have 2 colors that can make it darker. I could add burnt umber, or I could add ultramarine blue to make it darker. Which one do you think I should add? Now, mind you only have to add like a pube. Right? Do you think we should add burnt umber or ultramarine blue? We measure in pubes here. All right, so blue. We're gonna add a little bit. We're gonna add a pube's worth of blue here. All right, a pube's worth of blue. Okay. And oh my God, oh, this is terrible, everybody. Why'd you do that? Oh my God, figure dolly. Oh God. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I think I should just give up. Okay, wait, hold on. All right, well, let's see if we can fix it. Let's see if we can fix it. Okay. Is the swatch brighter or darker now? Let me go to my filters as well. That seems more accurate. Okay. All right, seems brighter. So we can add yellow or white to make it brighter. We could add our yellow or white. Now, do you think this needs more yellow, or do you think this needs, or do you think we should stay away from the yellow and just add white to brighten it up? White, okay. So we'll add white. We'll add some titanium white. All right, we got a solid like 3 to 4 pubes worth here. Okay. Okay. All right, I think our brightness is pretty close right now. Right? I think we're pretty close on the brightness. Okay, so now I want you to ask yourself, when you look at these two, is this one more, is our paint more red, orange, yellow, blue, green, or purple than the swatch? It's too saturated. In which way? In only the 6 colors. In only the 6 colors. What color is this more than the swatch? Green? Okay. All right, good. So now, how do we, what color should we add if it's too green? What color should we add if it's too green? Red. Perfect. All right, so I'm going to take a half a pube's worth of red here. And we'll start off light, right? And we'll see what happens. Okay, wait a second. Oh, wait, what's happening? Wait a second. Hold on. Okay. We're closer. That was not 2 pubes worth. That was like a half. That red's strong. Okay. So now we seem a little dark again. Do you think we should add white or yellow to bring up the value, to make it brighter again, right? So would you add white or yellow to this? That red made it a little darker. You think both? Okay, we could do both. So we'll add a pube of white, and we'll add a pube of yellow. Okay. Now we're gonna, oh, there was white on the back side too. Okay. Now then. Pick your, son of a bitch! Stoic! Alright. Yeah, the red is showing a little bit much, in my opinion. 1 second. Okay. So now, you think we need to add a little bit more green to this? Do you think there's too... Well, alright, so do you think there's too... Alright, once again, is there too much white, too much yellow, red, orange, green, blue, or purple? Or do you think we're too dark still? I actually think we're too dark. But we could do the red first. So you want to add red? Okay, we're going to add a little bit more red. This is like 1/4 of a pube. Oh, the opposite way? I think it's dark? Well, it's whatever. It's okay. Oh no, it's ruined. What? Why did you confuse me like this? Oh my god, I got so confused. Oh my god. This is terrible. Alright, well, so now we're dark again. Should we add yellow or white? Or both? God, this is the worst. I don't think we'll ever hit this color. I think we picked an impossible color. White? Okay, let's add white. Okay. So our brightness is about the same. Now, once again, rinse and repeat.
Boo this man!
Don't you boo me, Dolly. Brightness is very similar. We two, yellow, orange, red, blue, green, purple. Two orange, go blue. Good. That's what I would have done. We'll take some ultramarine blue. Get a little... I'd say we'll start off with just a lesser amount than I expected. We'll just go with that. I think I added a little bit too much, but that's okay. Okay. We need to brighten it up. Again. How should we brighten it up? Too dark, yep. Yellow, okay. I'm going to say, I'm going to override a little bit. I'm going to add yellow, and I'm going to add white. Alright. I'm vamping too much for time. Okay. Maybe I do gotta turn up the saturation. Alright. See, the yellow is strong. Maybe I added too much. But, do you get the process? Possible add a 6 of you? It is. We'll add the smallest amount of red. You can go back and forth. Right? And just adjust constantly. So I'm going to finish this one, okay? I'm just going to finish this one for you. We weren't that far off. There we go. Oh. Can't see where. Here, Here. I put some paint on the swatch. You see where I put the paint on the swatch? You can see a glare right there.
Shit.
There you go. Okay. Now, I played along with, like, some of your, I'd say, like, inexperienced answers. Right? But, it's a slight about too much red, but it's close enough. Figured out you don't need to match it that perfectly, mind you, right? But there's a point here of it's a very simple process, right? So what does this mean? Oh, you're just new to it, right? You did fine. You did fine. But so, when things are too red, you add green. When things are too blue, you add orange. When things are too purple, you add yellow. And vice versa. When things are too dark, you add yellow or white. White or yellow, right? When things are too dark, you add burnt umber or ultramarine blue. So if you notice, figured out, I sell a 5-color kit or set. You know how I do that? That's because of this color mixing. That's because of that color mixing. Why is that not showing up for me anymore? Fucking shit. God damn it. So if you just practice mixing colors, wouldn't let you? I've never heard of that before. I mean, we could do it under the table, Dolly, if you want. I have Val Zenmo and all that shit. You're in the Discord, right? Just message me on Discord whenever you want to take care of it. Like, why can't I fix my palette cam anymore? Am I clicking the wrong thing? So I'm deactivating my... Something's up with OBS. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I hope my OBS doesn't crash right now. Yeah, it seems like it, Stoic. Where did that go? What a bunch of horse shit. 1 second. it moved it to my other monitors. Instead, it literally showed up on this monitor, and then when I did it, it showed up on my other 2 monitors I have to fucking get up and go to. Bunch of horse shit. All right. Okay. Good. Did that help you, Dolly? Did you learn something? CC, good. And don't, like, it's okay if you don't remember. Feel free if you need me to demonstrate again or, you know, ask me again. That's perfectly fine and reasonable. I don't expect you to remember everything to the T. But just know this. Don't ever, ever betray me. So Dolly, when next time you paint, think about all the colors you mix like that, and just keep on doing that, and it'll become second nature. As reductive as that sounds. Oh my god! That's how you repay me? Betrayer! Betrayer! That's true. Well, did I just paint mog you? Is that what I just did? Brush maxing, yep. Just like my wiener maxing. I'm not a nerd. I'm a Mormon alpha male. Well, that's my alpha nature. And all the red pills I take every day. Why aren't I hitting that? Just can't wait to be king. I'm not a taint.
Fart in your general direction.
I shit in yours. Stoic. God, why am I not?
I have been lifting weights and doing cocaine all
You need
day.
help.
What the fuck is that?
It's a painting.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
No, you're not. Gone back and forth with this now. I don't know why I can't hit this.
These are a few of my favorite things.
These are a few of my favorite things. When the dog bites. When the bee stings. I'm allergic. When I'm feeling sad. Single tear. That's the impression, Dolly. You're the only one who's ever whoever knew that. You're the first. You know what? You get an oily point. You get an oily point for that. Robert Goulet. Maddie, can you give Figure Dolly a point? Raindrops on roses and whiskers on kittens.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
God abandoned me long ago. You spill soup on their shoes one time. One time, damn it. And they abandoned you. Who used to shoot out the TV when Robert... Who? Shout? Shout or shoot? Shoot it with a gun. I have no fucking clue. I don't even know this reference. Elvis? Oh shit. Yeah, that does sound like an Elvis thing to do, doesn't it? Why did he hate Robert Goulet? Fucking sucked. Okay. I do not, Richards. Who was it by? I don't know, 15, 20 more minutes. Probably not that long. Maddie, can you give Figure Dolly a point? Swiss painter. Yeah, not familiar. Papa. I love it when you call me Big Papa. Throw your hands in the air if you think that you're a player. Papa. Good?
Boo this man!
Don't you boo me. Don't you boo me. Ever.
Lottie frickin' dog!
Well, this is session 4. Granted, we did a value sketch, so. I've been kind of like, you know, dicking around today, I feel like. I haven't been making like a lot of like coverage marks. Is this that scene from... No, this was a scene of my own making. But I have heard that this is reminiscent of Hannibal. Never saw that movie all the way through, though. I mean, I liked Red Dragon. I'm not necessarily opposed to watching it. I just never got around to it. What am I doing? I mean, I don't necessarily have an issue with cannibal films. I just, you know, Silence of the Lambs is a fantastic fucking film. I hate when I waste a lot of yellow. And today I think I did. I don't know if I'm hearing fireworks or gunshots. I'm not too familiar with gunshots, but I could see what I'm hearing outside being gunshots. Off in the distance a little bit. But people do light fireworks. Gene looks... How dare you talk about Gene that way? It's me. I hope it's fireworks too. Gene Ebert. Yeah, I'm still adding Kevin. I just, yeah, haven't gotten to a point where I wanted to yet. Oh, really, Stoic? Yeah. I've never been a fireworks boy. Like, they were fun as a kid, but, like, you know... I'm just not into them. Illinois, they're illegal, but, you know, in Wisconsin, they're legal, so a lot of people want them here. Just drive up to Wisconsin and get some. Yeah. One of my best friends growing up, literally the first time I went to his house as a kid, him and his friend were having a bottle rocket fight and shooting off bottle rockets at each other. It was funny. Apparently it's something they did pretty regularly. Interesting. Richards, are you talking about your family's holes again? Richards. We've warned you about that before. You're sick. You need help. Who needs limbs when you have the Lord? By the way, I'm converting to a Christian grifting, everybody, just FYI. Converting to Christian grifting. Well, there's no better Christians than our president and his cabinet. We should be thankful for that. You know? The way they're killing elementary school children in Iran is undeniable and very Christian. You know? And, you know, they just love kids, right? They just love children in ways that we can't even fathom, right? Yeah, Dolly, I grew up, Catholic too. But honestly, Catholics have been much better as of late than the fucking evangelicals. I will argue that. Yeah. Well, and they actually got progressive popes. They've now elected two. They went really conservative pope. Everybody hated him, and then they got two progressive popes back to back who have been great so far. Everybody hated Benedict. I think Benedict is still alive, right? This new pope has been great. What are you talking about, Stoic? I'm holding in a fart right now, and every time I lean forward, it feels like I'm going to let it go. So if you hear a fart, it wasn't me, it was you. Figure dolly. Gross.
I fart in your general direction.
And I shit in yours. Better out than in. That phrase has given a lot of people free reign to fart next to or on their partners. I'm for it. True. In my past, I've been pretty aggressive with it, but because I don't really necessarily, I'd be annoyed if my partner was too annoyed by farts. Yeah, you just gotta really go for it. I agree, you shouldn't fart on people. But everyone farts, so... Well, you would know with your pink eye history. Obviously. Like if it was too smelly, you're saying? So I think that's impossible. It's like a myth. Like the myth of a clogged toilet of just poo. I think that's impossible. On an average toilet. A clogged toilet without toilet paper? Smell. I could deal with smells pretty well. You've clogged a toilet without toilet paper. What's my trigger sense? I don't know. I can't say that I know know of one that's particularly bad. I mean, I'm very ticklish, so I guess touch. You almost Elvised yourself, Richards, is what you're telling us? I used to, as a defense mechanism, Figure Dolly, throw up when I was being tickled as a kid. No joke. I used to do that all the time. See, I was the youngest, and there were certain scenarios where I was held down by my brother, and other people tickled me. And the only response I had was to throw up. But now if you tickle me, I wouldn't throw up. But see, the thing is, though, you wouldn't be able to hold me down. If you tickle me, you should fear for your safety. Yeah. Yep. Well, that's what tickling does, though. Did you ever watch the show Louie, Figure Dolly? With Louis C.K.? Interesting, Richard. Jesus Christ. So there was an episode where he was like having a relationship with like a model, and like they had sex, and then she like started play tickling him. He's like, "Stop tickling me!" Like I can't control it, and he ended up punching her in the face on accident as a reaction to the tickling. And she was a model, like a supermodel, and it like fucked with her career in the show. There you go, Jackal. Good. I'm still gonna burn down my place, though. Oh my God! Hooray! I'm still gonna burn down this place, Jackal, because you raided. You did this. You just caused untold suffering. You know all my paintings are in here? I'd be ruined. I have the match. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Everyone go check out Poison Jackal's links. Friend of the stream. Pretty sure demon. A New Zealand demon. I'm not sure they're also real. But I think it still remains a possibility. But welcome in. We'll see. We'll see. How was your stream? What were you working on? It is torture, Richards. It is. Your daughter should be in jail. Yeah. It seems too dark, but we'll see. That is bullshit, Figure Dolly. And test piece for a bigger painting. It's in a great growth. Oh, nice. Sounds like a good reference. I've always wanted to do some plein air in a graveyard, but I haven't had the balls yet to approach that. Yeah, I know what you mean. I've had a weird week with sleep, so it's been throwing me off. A lot. So I did, that's the last, kind of the last thing I want to work on. We're gonna do one more thing. I know I've been going later than I said I would, but it's okay. We haven't done a long stream in a while. No, I'm 637. That's cool. Are you doing it plein air, or you just took a photo? Maybe I should just cover up those fucking things for now. Doing off in photograph, cause I got you. Okay. Sounds like a good time. Gotcha. I haven't been doing plein air like I wanted to, but it's just mainly because of sleep and other bullshit. But I do want to get back out there soon. I want to do an oil painting. I gotta search. I've been looking for boats that I can paint. And I need to go out there and drive around and see if there's any docks and then talk with them to see. Yeah, so it was hot for a while, but not crazy hot, but like mid 80s. And then now it cooled down a lot, but we've had a lot of rain and but the last yesterday would have been perfect too. I just like I said, my sleep. I had a few days where I only slept for like 3 or 4 hours, and it's just been fucking me up. And I've been working on this too. But if I would like it to where I go out tomorrow morning and do a plein air after I do a session like this. But like I said, I also want to find some boats. So I need to just go out for a drive and try and find a boating area that has boats and water. I am when it's live, Figure Dolly. I don't care for them from a photo. I've gotten too jaded to crappy paintings of people painting a sunset from a photographer they don't know. I don't know why, not when I'm reaching this far out, it's makes me feel like I have a headache right now. Or it's just because I am tired and hungry. Who knows?
A good evening.
A good evening. Okay. Almost there. I hope you gotta stay till the end. You know the rules. You know the rules. I don't make them, I just ruthlessly enforce them. Looks much brighter. Well, what looks much more brighter? My lighting setup is not great. That background is much darker than it seems. Wonder. Glare, glare, glare. Gotcha. All right, let's call it here. Yeah, I went for 5 hours and 40 minutes. Jackal, you. Oh wait, no, it's just Dolly leaving. All right, Dolly, we'll see you in hell. All right, let's clean up. I could go longer, but I'll regret it.
I said good day!
Good day. Yeah, that's the one. Don't like wasting paint.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
No. Absolutely not. All right. Time to wipe that D. Alright. So, I should have probably hit that upper right area with paint. Now I kind of regret not doing that.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. I'm seeing it now. Not the end of the world, though. Oh, God. This is...
I be smoking.
This is unbelievable. Why would you watch this? You all disgust me. Oh, my Lord. Why is this enjoyable to you? A lot of people cleared out, huh? Alright.
Get your hand off my penis!
It's not my hand. That was your hand. Alright. Cool. I don't think I'm going to raid anybody today. We don't really got a lot of people hanging around. I don't really want to do the raid. So I'm just going to call it. Yeah, Carlos is on, actually. Fine, fuck it. We'll raid Carlos. Alright, everybody. Till next time, probably Friday. Nini, Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. Yeah, I'd say we got 2 more sessions on this. It really depends on how much progress. If I could get the Plasticia in the right spot and I can get Kevin in and do some finishing on Gene here, then we'll probably have 2 more sessions. But if it kind of went like it went today, or I just kind of plodding around but not really making any major progress, we'll see. I mean, there's things that I made progress on, but you know, nothing is done. But anywho, all right, till next time, we'll see you all soon. Nini.